I don't know why every time Discord is taking 30 seconds for the last server to be posted on. It every time. It's just this one. Even though no one is active in there, it just takes 30 seconds to post. It makes no sense. Anyway, welcome in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend. It is Monday, I think. We have some news. Based on the title of today, we have some good news. And it's gonna be a good and bad news at the same time because goddamn, this is some bullshit, as we say. It shouldn't have happened this way, but it happened this way. So that's the thing. We have some news about the client. I mean client work, not the client themselves, but it's working. It's going forward. It's not going great. I'm still having some issues with the, how can I say that? The marketing sections of that client work and what needs to go in there and what needs to be displayed, because it's for a very specific type of demographic that I'm not really used to, and creating ads slash marketing materials for that demographic is really complicated for me. So, we do our best, but that's the situation. The previous work that we had to do together with that client was things for VCs and startups and SaaS and all of that, which means that it's like what I know, but here we are doing for a very, very, very different target demographic for me. So that's a debatable point. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But we have that for news. Um, I got my first bill for ban, which is not good. But it happens. Apparently, something happened. Welcome on in, Phils. Something happened in the Convex database on May 4th. Interesting. Where I had 16 gigs of inference in one day, which is not feasible based on the fact that any other day we are at like kilobytes, not even megabytes, when it comes to the inference of database of profile fetched and so on. So I don't know what happened. I will need to make sure that I can figure out what was the reason why we had 16 gigs of inference on that day, based on what Convex is giving me in terms of the function that is called in order to create that inference. It was related to the get profile, so I'm guessing potentially this is something related to um, not scraping, but like maybe crawling for Google and other AI stuff that went through the entirety of the website and just scrolled all of the profiles at once, which means that 126 people were crawled and therefore tried to, get all of the information. But I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what happened, so we'll see if I can figure that out. But that's a sad news. That is a sad news. Um, and Yeah, the perfume app is still crashing, and I don't understand why. That's a bad news. That is a bad news. I don't understand. It's just weird because it's not crashing as a I'm using the app and it crashes in my hand. It's I'm waking up in the morning and I have the alerts for test flight that says perfume has crashed. Do you want to send a report to the dev, which is myself? So I'm like, yeah, no, I don't care. There is nothing in the report that gives me any information about why it crashed. So that is kind of sad. That is kind of sad. Phil, I saw that you have invited me to a Discord server. Why would you invite me to a Discord server when you're creating something that is a replacement for Discord? Why? What's the point? Uh, I didn't click the button. I didn't click the button, yes, just yet. But yeah. Specifically, it's a Discord with like 3 people, which I'm guessing it's like you, Stony, someone else, and that's about it. But I don't know. I don't know. I will need to take a look at that at some point. But the biggest thing for today is today's title, which is I have fixed my Pinterest, and I'm gonna explain what changed and why it is some bullshit. It's pissing me off so bad. So if you were here on Friday and you looked at me going through Pinterest and show you what type of shitty ass content was on my feed, you saw that there was like so much quote text and other things and no design whatsoever. And now when I'm scrolling my Pinterest, everything is good. Everything is related to what I already have saved within my own profile. Let me explain what happened. In order for me to get this feed to come back, I just went into my settings and said, allow advertiser to know things about me and infer stuff about me based on my browsing history within Pinterest. And because now the ads are okay, I'm getting the right content. So if you say no to ads, your interface and your experience on Pinterest is as shit as it was for me last week and the past, I guess, 2 years. But if you say, okay, ads are fine by me, I now have the best experience that Pinterest can offer. Makes no sense. Dapshi, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the chat going? Did you test flight something? Did that happen? But yeah, that's the thing that pissed me off so bad. The simple fact that I just said, well, ads are fine. You can, like, advertisers can get my data and therefore Pinterest can get my data. And then God damn. God damn. But we'll see. But yeah, now that means that if I'm searching something, if I'm interacting with some of the things that are in here, I'm gonna have the right content, the right outputs. And as I showcased last time, these pre-recommendations for which board it's supposed to go in are like working properly. So that's good. That is good. Yes, I want to. Yes, I want to do that. Of course. We need to take a look. We need to take a look. But that is good news for me. That means that most of the thing that I'm going to be able to search is going to be pretty good. That we will have stuff in there that is going to be related to what I've been looking at. So that is something that I like. But other than that, not a lot of good news. Not a lot of good news just yet. Regarding test flight, by the way, if you haven't had a test flight build that has been approved by Apple, there is a need, if I remember correctly, for Apple to review your test flight build before they approve it as well for external users to get access to it. So that might not be just like in 20 minutes. But if you have had the review by Apple for test flight already, then you should be good. So that's a good thing. Anyways, we have some teeny tiny things that have been happening that I've been seeing. I'm gonna keep that into characters because that looks pretty good. I spent the whole weekend on that client thing, specifically on the kinda UI kit / style guide thing, because you know it's a branding project, but they also have requested within the scope of the project style guides and branding and a design kit as well. Instead of doing the design kit within Figma, I'm doing the design kit within code, so that they can have access to like components that are based in Tailwind and then just reuse that instead. We'll see if it works, but I've been working on that. It's pretty good. I'm also making sure that like the animations for the logo, the loaders, some spinners which are not spinners are also working. I need to create like one more spinner, to be honest, like a true spinner, but we'll see how it goes. Other than that, these are cute. These are the things I have. This for Denny. These three for Techie specifically. This is something that is kind of fun, and this one is an interesting concept that um, I don't think a lot of people realize. But I'm gonna do something, and you're gonna tell me if you see what I'm seeing, because maybe you don't, maybe you do, you don't. It depends. I don't know. This is massive, though. Let me make that smaller. This things that is not exactly what I had in mind, but um, God damn it. Oh my God, that is such a force of habit. So, this is the character for water in Japanese, and we sometimes don't do this way. Like we have um, just a simpler version of the thing, and it feels very inspired. Like that's the thing that I'm reading from the get go when I'm looking at this, simply because of how things are. And now I'm speaking in Japanese, which makes no sense. Oh my God. So that kind of spoke to me a lot. The tail is something that is not necessarily necessary for the character to be recognizable. And that thing right here is very much the same thing. So that whole system and the color made me think about water altogether, but there is nothing um, in the presentation, in the discussion that is related to water. So that is interesting. Nonetheless, it also means that potentially it's absolutely not related, and potentially it's just like the asterisk as a base. But you know, maybe in some situations, in some use cases, there is an other characters from another writing system that works with your logo as a base structure, and sometimes that's the thing. So it's just it made me thought about that, which is interesting. This is a bit of a pattern that I've seen as well. Some people, and again, this person specifically is pissing me off for one specific reason, and I'm going to explain that. But they took a screenshot of their screen, or they took a picture of their screen instead of taking a screenshot of their screen. So that's making sure that I can't see any of the details and you can't either. But basically they have created that kind of hidden patterns behind the design that they have created and showcasing, which is an interesting thing. And it's not the first time I'm seeing that, like as if there is something beyond the current scope of what we're seeing. So that's an interesting element. It's really bad when it comes to the implementation, because there is too much space on this side. This thing is supposed to be like a bit further down. But that's just me being me and annoying. Also, I don't know what happened, but something happened, and that's bad. Anyways, just the most important thing is that pissed me off that they took a picture of their screen. Just take a screenshot. I don't know. And then this one specifically is coming in. So this is something that has resurfaced, I guess, since the implementation of line style in CSS. So it's been like 3 months ish, 4 months ish, where some people have been re-implementing things, and this is a bit of a pattern that I'm like recognizing as a pattern. A lot of people are trying to create some UI that is just generated on the fly to look like it is sketched, even though it has never been sketched. But it's just like, styling on top of things. So that's an interesting concept. I don't think this one is a CSS based system, but if it is, that's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool system. We have other things that we have seen that I have kind of saved on the sides, specifically that person, which is making me laugh every time, because they are creating, or they are not creating, but they are showcasing things like this and say sketch to final. And well, that's not true. Let's say that. Let's say that this is not the sketch that they had in the first place. And based on the fact that every single version of their sketches is almost exactly the same thing as the output, I have doubts. Cybersect, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? But yeah, it's probably like just an effect, and we have done that before. Like if I have this and I were to tell you not that. Let me use this instead. And I said, oh yeah, we did this with as a sketch. Like I sketched it out before I created the output. That's basically what they're doing. So this is never has never been a sketch. Has always been one of these things, which is, I mean, it's fine, to be honest. I don't really care, but it's funny that you call that a sketch. That's the exact brush they're using. Anyways, how are you, Cybersect? How's everything? This one was for Denny, so we don't need that anymore. We don't need that. I haven't pulled Feels I haven't done anything. The only thing that I've done is that I had to use cursor a bit. So in the past 7 days, there have been like some usage happening, and hopefully I'm still at 20 out of 20, which is good. However, I said I wouldn't go above 30 just in case, and I'm now at 45, which means that something happened right there with Composer 2, which is supposed to be the cheapest of them all. And yeah, in the past 2 days, I basically had 24 bucks of inference. And the reason for this is because at some point it ran in a loop for 5 million tokens, and it did that like multiple times in not really giving me any outputs that are good, just cycling through, and that pissed me off. But you know, it happens. So yeah, we'll see if I have like 8 days, 1 week. Next week on Tuesday, we'll know if something is good or something is bad. But yeah, it's just maybe I'm gonna have to pay 25 bucks this month on top of the original bill. If that's the case, then I'm gonna stop using Cursor, which is kind of sad. Like, stop using it after the 20 bucks is done. If that's not the case, then I can then do stuff. But goddamn, it's gonna be hard. Research good model for video content. The best one right now is Dance. and then there is the Hippo thing that we talked about last time, um, which is somewhere around here. Not Hippo, Happy Horses. Which these two are currently like the best options that we have, but there are still like inconsistencies and so on. Um, but you know, for small things within like a video, this is pretty good. It's extremely impressive. Kai, welcome on in. We are indeed. We are indeed. If you look closely and if you zoom in and if you specifically like pay attention to what is happening and the truth of like the video itself, there are so many issues all the times, always, and it's kind of funny to see. So, for example, if I were to expand this and give you like a playback at 2.5 and then zooming in on the text, because text is always the main issue. When the box is moving, you can see how many glitches there are. And specifically, we have issues with like elements that are moving. So for example, that tray is a cap, which is not realistic. And then when she starts drawing thing, the star is supposed to be colored in the center, but that's not what's happening. So all of that is like very true, but the consistency between the star that was written in here and then when it's showcased, like that's a different notebook and so on. And then on this one, which is going to start moving, you can already see the glitches on the text right there. You will have some like rendering when it comes to the cap of the box that just flies off without really being something that makes sense. So already you have like all of this alien text that is happening, and then here it becomes something that is so flat and basically like a book system. And same thing when she's trying to write something on the page, it just doesn't behave as it's supposed to. But again, you can just send me the link. If you just go through your feed and, you know, and you see one of these and you're just scrolling by, you would never know. Like if I didn't know that that person specifically was talking about a very specific type of AI models and have the understanding of what Higgsfield is, what Seedance is, and the fact that Happy Horse is something that I didn't know about, I wouldn't have known about that. And yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. But however, as I said last time, I still feel like doing things like this is kind of bad. Specifically when there are people in the video, like there is something about it that just feels wrong. I don't mind a bit of a stock footage of something that is not unrelated, but like used as storytelling thing. But then again, in my eyes, something like Storyblock, I really need like an affiliate code for these because it makes more sense. Higgsfield is kind of the best option because you have all the models, if I remember correctly, within them. So you can get access to everything. But like the system that they have, where is this for the pricing? they have like, I mean, that's also one of the things that pisses me off. They don't have like a free tier where you can just test things out, but I also understand why, because these things cost money. Um, but you know, if you're trying to check things out, then going with a plus, not a starter, going with a plus is going to give you access to Seedance, which is much better than the rest. And yeah, the only thing that I don't really like is the fact that basically they have caps per model instead of caps total. Like, if you don't give a shit about any of the others and you just want Sea Dream, for example, then you're good because this is unlimited. But like on the free tier, first tier, then you end up with this. Danny, welcome on in. How are you? You have the link in the App Store things. Actually, that's what's happening. If you are in your app right about here in test flight, you will have the ability to get the build, the version, the things, and then you have I think the test information or something else. I forgot exactly where it is or which one it is. But if you have like the external testers, you will have the link right there for the public link testing things. So you can send me that link right there, which is now closed. But yeah, that's that link was basically add me as add anyone as a tester, and then you can send me that. Yeah. Again, for video, I still think that this is debatable. You might want to get into Magen because they have a free tier, and their free tier kinda includes Seedance for now. So that's a potential. I not the biggest fan of AI image gen. I feel like it's missing a ton of things, and it stands out as really bad most of the times. But if if you really want to, I get it. I saw a French guy earlier today on my feed that had like a pricing page for his illustration using ChatGPT for sure. And he was like basically asking $200 for one image that looked like this, not even like shittier than this, and basically looked like this illustration type, and was asking like $200. And I was like, that's crazy. As I said last week, I could make so much money if I didn't have a conscience. Because goddamn. Goddamn. The amount of Christian thing, Trump thing, right-leaning things that you could generate, and then these people that don't have the eye for the AI-generated stuff be like, oh damn, that's so nice. Yeah. Basically, that was exactly the image that they had generated. So, yeah, Chakram, what about? I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired. I have drank something that I think is making my tummy hurt. Oh my god. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, welcome back. So yeah, Magen might be a thing for you right now in order to generate something if you wanted to, mainly because they do have somehow of a free credits daily, which is the potentially good thing that you can have in order to test out stuff. Um, but other than that, I still don't know which one, uh, like which one is best and what platform are currently best. I do think Higgsfield is the current best when it comes to usage and options within the thing. But Magen is pretty good as well, mainly because of the free tier. Other than that, mm-mm. Yeah, please share the link. I wanna take a look. Always want to take a look. Um, no, Dapshi, not you. I know you showed the link there, but based on what I know, this is something that I need to open on my phone so that I can get access to the link directly and the test flight stuff right around here. Let me click on that. Let me 1 second. I hope I can zoom in and I hope it's still gonna be displayed. That link doesn't work. That link doesn't work. 37 pages, goddamn. Goddamn. Is this some sort of a portfolio case study things? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. So, I'm gonna go through this in a way that I am gonna behave as if I was a hiring person that is looking for someone of your caliber and what you're doing, and then give you some feedback on that. I'm seeing already some things that just don't necessarily make a lot of sense, but you know, it's fine. So I have one question before I keep cycling through all of the slides. Is this something that you would use as an offline interview, meaning that you are in the room with them and you are explaining and talking with the slides? Or is this something that I'm supposed to have received by email from you for a job or something, and I am looking on my own time? Because that will skew to one direction or the other when it comes to the type of feedback that I have already. This comes after the initial round and on the call, yeah. So you are the one presenting the work. Okay, cool. So the reason why I'm asking is because if you have a page like this in something that I'm reading on my own, then that pisses me off and I'm probably going to close the thing already. But if you are explaining things and you have like a presentation that is prepared and you're going through all the slides and that, you can explain things, that kind of makes sense and makes a lot more sense when it comes to the presentation of things. This one is weird. I'm gonna need to go there at some point, but that's fine. That's an interesting thing. I don't know if this makes sense in terms of presentation without taking like the full width I think that this empty space is potentially a bit too much. Same here. Um, I get it. I get it. You're reusing the same thing right there. That's the same patterns. That looks like the... Is this Nucleo? That's the Nucleo icons. For the skull. I think. So it is indeed lengthy, as you said. There is a ton of things that obviously I would benefit from me reviewing point of view to have like your explanation at the same time. But yeah, how... I think the question for me right now is how fast are you gonna go through all of that on the call? And yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go slide by slide because that makes sense. This one is good as an intro page. It makes sense. There is nothing to complain about. This basically set the tone for the design that will come later within the presentation. Then you arrive on this, which is like directly a deep dive within something. And you take 25 to 30 minutes. God damn, that's a lot. That is a lot. But it depends on where you are, what is the market's doing at that point in that specific definition. So yeah. No. Yeah, I see. Well, so there are something that I'm seeing that is just like, again, this is me being me and me being very detail oriented when it comes to the presentations that I'm making and so on. I'm going to use this one because it makes sense. You have problems right here. So if I put the cursor right there and I go to the previous slide, it's not exactly in the same spot. This is something that I've seen across multiple of your slides where your header content is kind of moving around in some cases. It's constant for most of the slide, but then we have these ones which are like lower than the previous ones. These ones that are like, this one is higher than this one. And then you have one of these again right there. And you have one of them that is right here, which is the one that I saw earlier, which is less padding on the left, which I'm guessing the reason for this is because you wanted to have this element to be a bit bigger than the rest so that you have like the details, but it breaks the constant design thing. So making sure that you have everything in the exact same spot every single time will help with consistency. And even though you are not like doing what I'm doing right now of, you know, making sure that it is exactly in the same place, if you are talking to someone and you are on this page and then something change, like by a pixel or two, the human eye just figure out that something has moved and doesn't know exactly why it's pissing us off. So I would fix that. That's the first thing. The page 1 of 37 right there at the bottom, I don't know if it's necessary to have. Mainly because 30 plus pages, which is almost 40 with your 37, is like, it's a lot. And if I am the interviewers and I see that we are going to go through 37 pages, I am bracing for something that is probably going to take like a lot longer than expected. But also, I kind of understand you. Something that we say with presentation is that we want to achieve somewhere along the line of 5 to 10 seconds per slide when you are presenting. And some of them, like the slides that have like titles, can take a bit longer, but most of the time we want to go kind of fast, go through the things, and so on. So you may have like a ton of slides if they are not that busy. Like this one is not that busy, which is good. Same here, it's a lot of text, but that's the thing. The main point that we have talked about with Denny in the past is if there is text like this on the page, you have lost the audience. Meaning that if my brain think that I have to read something that is on the slide, even if you're saying it out loud at the same time, I'm not listening to you anymore. I'm reading the slide. So right here, I would probably have something that is more like multi-role, fragmented, and visibility as 3 points that are like appearing when I'm saying them, and that's why I'm saying like 5 seconds per slide roughly. So you say you're here, you press next, you just see multi-role, and then you explain the thing about the employee, the recruiters, and so on. Then you press next, you arrive on this page with fragmented. You explain the thing, it takes like 5 to 7 seconds again, and then you press next and you get to here. That is something that would keep the audience engaged without like losing them in the slide. So that's the first thing. The more text there is on screen, the less people are listening to you. Nishit, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? Other than that, most of the slides are okay. There are something that I'm sure I would highly benefit from understanding and having your explanations at the same time to figure out what you're talking about, what you are emphasizing when it comes to that content, and so on. But yeah, other than that, everything is fine. This is weird. This one is weird. Just because we haven't seen a single 3D things, and that's the first 3D element that we have. So I would probably reuse like one of the icons or an illustration that looks more like the 3D. So ISO cones, for example, if you remember these, probably could work for what you're trying to achieve. Like, I guess if I say settings, I'm gonna have the gear right there, and you could have something like this, like on the top or from the right or whatever, and use that as an SVG. It's not the best representation. I feel like the angle is weird, but that's just me. Don't worry about it. But yeah. You wanted it to be a bit weird because the constraints are weird. I see. I see. But yeah, the ISO cone is pretty good. It helps with the rendering and the presentation. And then the website has sound as well. So we like this. We like the sound. The sound is cool. Anyways, moving on. So we have these things. So far, it makes sense. This one is the only one that you have where the layout is different than the other layouts. So every time you have like the things at the bottom, and then this one is just standing out because you could have put the icon on the right side, and then hyphening The word is kind of weird, but I'm guessing it has a meaning. The fact that you're probably emphasizing on solution, and then ing as in doing the thing, is probably in the way that you're talking about the thing. But overall, this kind of makes sense. The presentation is fine. Same thing that I said earlier with the placement of things. Like if you can ensure that all the images are exactly the same width, exactly the same size, and exactly the same spot, then you would end up with something that just makes sense when you're switching from page to page. But overall, yeah. And then, yeah, this is weird. These titles with the hyphening is weird. Yeah. Same system here. Like you have inconsistencies like that. That's gonna be the main point that I have. Your title right here is a different font than you have in these titles. Same thing. There is also like way too much text specifically on this one, because the why it didn't work or what didn't work and so on is something that you need to say, not something that needs to be on the screen. Otherwise, I'm listening to you and then I see something, I'm going to start reading it. And because my dyslexia is not allowing me to have two things happening at the same time when it comes to speech and reading, I'm going to lose you. And then you may say something that is exactly this. I'm probably going to not listen to you. And then I'm going to be focused on the pages because the pages have more text than what you're saying. That's kind of bad. Codrin, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Other than that, that's fine. Same issue with the 3D. It comes out of nowhere, but understandable if you wanted to make it stand out. It feels long. 25 to 30 minutes feels okay for case study presentation, whiteboard sessions, and so on. But if that's the thing that is going to, work with that client, that hiring system, then it's good. And then the last point is this. The A makes sense. This is the same A, but reverted. It looks like a G. So I don't know why we have a G that pops out of nowhere. Yeah. So I'd probably remove that. I do think that if this is your logo and this is something that is added after, based on the fact that in the beginning you don't have it, then, small details. But overall, it's a good presentation. I need like a lot more context and a lot more stuff related to what you are saying during the presentation. But yeah. Yeah, but then you don't have the D with the AGD. That's weird. I feel like I didn't hear anything on this again. And Godwin, not really. Life has been kind of not the best.
Bad, AOA, bad.
That was supposed to go through. Why didn't it go through? I don't know, but it was interesting. I do like it with one A instead of AG. But you know what? This is gonna go faster. Yeah, that feels weird to me. Specifically because we have your name right there. And I understand that that's probably like the logo itself, but if the logo is the A and the G next to each other, then put that and then put your name after that. That would probably work a bit better. The thing that I have said many years or for many years is when you say something, you are devaluing yourself. So, I'm a designer. That means that there are other designers that do the same thing. When I'm presenting myself, I say I'm the helping designer. Like there is no one else that is doing the thing that I do, which is not true. But in the brain of people, the helping designer means that there is no one else. Um, Lone traveler, work on it. So if you say I'm the designer that does this, like I'm the designer from Stockholm that is doing something else, it means that in the brain of people there is only you, and therefore if they want something that does like what you are like adding after the D, then you are pretty good and you have a higher probability of being hired and or uh, used for a product and so on. So that's a thing. Like I'm a dev. Mm. There is like thousands of devs, meaning that there is like better devs than you. When you say I'm the dev that is specialized in that thing, like there is only you in the brain of people. So that's a small thing. Other than that, it's pretty good. I just fear the length and the text on screen. Um, because it's just like it is something that happen often where you just have to captivate the audience. So that's something that I would do again for the points which have multiple points. um, it is easier for you to just have title and then that is something that you say, title, and that is something that you say. Specifically, if this is something that is like sharing the screen or presenting and so on, then you would have the notes that are related to the slides in question, and therefore you would be able to just read the slide notes without the hiring person or the people that are in the room seeing the notes as well, so that they can just see the title and you read the rest and then you're good. um, I'm not someone that loves presenting. You know what? Let me rephrase that. I hate presenting. uh, and therefore, when I have a presentation to do, I'm not getting a presentation with like slide notes. I'm getting a script. Like the entirety of the thing is going to be a script as if I was recording a video. Like that's basically how my brain goes. And then I'm following the script because I have the prompter, which gives me the ability to get like basically my script right here, which is the presentation. But everything that is in the slide notes is going to be the most descriptive script that you have ever seen. It includes the poses, it includes the tone of voice if it needs to shift, it includes like the speed of speech. Like it's very much like a script for YouTube video, and that helps me a lot because it's just like it's faster and it's easier to just read the thing. And because I'm preparing for the presentations and so on, I kind of know the thing, and therefore I am gonna derail myself during the presentations, but at least I have everything that is written down for what I need to talk about and so on. Not saying that this is the way to do it, obviously, but this is just how I do it. But yeah, no, other than that, everything is pretty good. There are some minor misalignment um, that you can probably see right there. But other than that, it's fine. Yeah. Things are pretty good. Things are pretty good. Um, God damn it. I'm gonna kill some people, specifically at Discord, because they. I have shortcuts in the macOS thing that are basically allowed me to just paste my email or paste things, and it just like doesn't work on Discord, and that's doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. If you add me as an internal tester, I will be able to click on the link, I think. So that's good. But yeah. Yeah. No, other than that, that's good. Other than that, that's good. You may want to have some, if that's an option, by the way, I don't really know. You may want to have some sort of an animated things here and there. Maybe getting some elements sliding in, or like getting a bit more interactive-ish slides specifically for your titles. Um, Not saying that it's necessary, but just like potentially getting things to slide in, not just fading in, is potentially something good. I don't know if I have. I don't know if I have any of my presentations that I've done. I don't think I do, because I hate them every time. So I don't keep them. Um, and yeah, this one was a presentation, but also like kind of different. Um, I don't think I have like a ton of things. Again, as I mentioned, like most of these notes are just the script. Mizzy, hi, welcome on in. How are you? So, like for example, shit like this, where you arrive on this page and then you go on the next one, then you go on the next one. This is way too much text, and this one is a very old presentation from my point of view. Congrats on lending. And I've been doing that like many times to get like all these things. As you can tell, these are AI generated because I hate presentations. And then these two things, for example, was just to have like enough split in my script so that I can follow through. But yeah, it's just like there are some animations, there are some transitions here and there of the thing that needs to be presented and so on. So that's the type of thing that we do. Like these things are sliding through, just going up and up and up as presentation. But again, you can have like multiple slides that are the same thing, but just like one by one in order to get the content. Mainly the reason why these things were AI generated at that time was because the project was an AI assistant type of thing. So, but again, this is like 60, 55 slides, mainly because of these things. The fact that I'm splitting things in three just so that it makes sense. But eh, I hate it anyways. So it makes sense. It makes sense. But yeah, I think that's most of it. I don't think I have anything else that I can give you on that. As feedback, everything is kind of going to be the same. I would reduce though, but it depends on the goal. And when I say I would reduce the amount of slides, I don't mean the number. I mean the amount of thing that you're talking about during the call and the presentation, because you don't want to kinda, but not really. You don't want to bore the people that are like listening to you. You want them to see you as someone that already work in the company most of the time, and or how you could be a good team player or a new team member for what they are trying to achieve. So even though this is extremely complicated and potentially like harder to do if you don't have enough past work, I would pick up one or two projects that I want to talk about specifically. Like just one is good, but like two if you need to, but like just one is good. That is related or very similar to the industry in which the company that you are presenting to is in. So let's again, the one that I just showcased is was a company that wanted to integrate some AI within their workflow, and therefore I did something that was specific to AI within their workflow and used one of my past projects as a presentation because it is relevant. But if you don't have anything that is relevant to their industry, I understand how complicated that could be. I get it. But yeah, to me, that's the thing. It needs to be as relevant as possible and not necessarily something that is like, these are the projects that I worked on, and therefore you're talking about everything, and you may have like things that looks like this as a product that you've worked on and things that look like this and be like, well, yeah, I love these two things, but it just doesn't relate to the brand in question or the work that you're trying to do with them. So I think that's the main point. It needs to fit with what they are trying to achieve and what they would use you for within the company. So yeah, a bit more complex. I get it. I get it. I remember that this one was interesting, but I forgot what it was. Yeah, not they. Not they. So yeah, that is the main thing. Um, and then you said that the next thing that you're trying to work on is the animation. Then good. Then good. But yeah. I mean, I got the mail. I need to check the mail. You didn't send it to me there? God damn it. Oh my god. Ah. Sorry, there is like all of the things that are like security and checks and shit. I'm not getting anything. Also, that is untrue. I don't think I can get access to it. You need to send me the link. Because it's not giving me anything. It's still giving me the fact that I'm not I'm not able to get the content, so not working. Your thing is not working. If I remember correctly from last time that I had this, we had to send a new build for the new users in the group to get access to this, because basically you are receiving a first test flight email that contains the correct link specifically for internal test, and you need to click on that button in your emails. And the one that I have right now in the emails is just the sorry, it's just no, I know you added me to the group, but you need a new build because it needs to be triggered as a new build, and therefore it send the invite to everyone. Right now, it hasn't sent the invite to me. It has just added me to the team as an internal person and not to the test flight build things. I know. Just change a letter in one of the fucking text link, rebuild, send that through GitHub, and you should be good. Or create a new build number 3 or 16, depending on where you are, and then we can test it out. Before that, can't do that. Denny, I have that for you. I've saved that for you specifically because it reminded me of the one that you have created, and I feel like you would probably create something similar in terms of the gold and the green and the shape and the other things. So you know, maybe maybe don't. Depends on you, but maybe don't. Maybe don't. But you know, we have like nothing in there. Now I have that. Cool. So let's go through all that and complain about everything, because that's what's gonna happen. All right, let's test this thing. First of all, what the fuck is this? Goddamn. Oh my god. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. You really need a new logo, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie on this one. I do think you need a new logo because goddamn. So I've used a fitness app before. That's pretty bad. The first feedback I'm gonna go through in order because it makes sense. The whole card needs to be tappable. Right now that's not the case. So that would make more sense. And then I've used AI to help me. I can have all these things. I don't have any information about that. That doesn't make any sense. You have the regular issue with your accent color that is probably white or black, and therefore my toggles are now full white, kinda. If I zoom in really quickly, you can see that the background is not white, but it is white. So it looks like there is just a pill instead of what it's supposed to be. So that's interesting, but nonetheless, it's fine. I will have the other things. I don't think this is necessary, but like, let's birthday is 1. Give me a date picker. Don't do that. Don't do that, because right now, like, this is weird. This is weird. I get it, but give me a date picker. Like, use a native date picker. It's gonna be much easier for you and for everyone else. You are properly collapsing the keyboard, which is good. That transition was shit. I hope you saw that on stream. But, you know, pre-alpha and whatever. I get it. I get it. Mm-hmm. That was so weird. The fact that the get started was aligned with the previous page, so weird. I typed on the fucking height. I'm not 170. I know. Oh my god. You need to press done in order to go through. That makes no sense. I should have changed my my height to feet. 169. Congrats. You need your retry logic to happen in the background instead of having it like up front, and it goes through, but yeah, that's too much text. I will never read that, but I understand. And now we arrive here, which is good. We have the thing. I mean, we have the thing. We have something. Um, mm, mm. I know it's alpha, but goddamn. You know what? I feel like I need to do this because that's gonna help everyone in order to see the details that I'm talking about, because right now that's not displaying shit. But goddamn. Goddamn. It's not that complicated. Uh, so the thing that I've seen here that are pretty good is this section is okay. You have a bit of a different color for your background for the Gemini section, which I think you should probably use your gradient stuff for anything that is AI related, just for, you know, making it like stand out and shiny and shit. This is probably too small, and I don't really know what you can or how you can split things. Cat, welcome on in. How are you? How was the weekend? Um, I would probably remove one of them, mainly because arms and shoulder are going hand in hand most of the times. Um, but yeah, that just because I want to have like bigger text and more space to read it, because at that level, it's a bit of a complicated thing. The other thing that I'm seeing here is the alignment there. Everything else on your page is pretty much aligned, but these two texts are not. So that's a debatable point. Workout, I need to create a workout first, which is making sense, but not really. Same thing here, and then my matrix is going to be officially, I don't know what changed, but something changed. Yeah, interesting. So I don't mind it, but yeah, that's bad. Okay, that is so bad. Kat, I have things for you, by the way. I mean, I have given you some feedback on the comments that you have left on the stream overlay things. So if you need help on that, I can give you some more pointers if necessary. But yeah, have fun on that. This is really bad. I am not gonna lie. This, if I'm at 25, I'm clicking on the number right now. If I'm at 25%, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not clicking like as much. So yeah, this is wildly bad. That doesn't edit as much as I wanted to. It might be opening keyboard on my phone, but not here. Let me just check, just in case. We never know. Nope. It doesn't. It does not. It just does not. So that's bad. That is bad. Apparently this is broken again. Nonetheless, this is okay. Yeah. I think you need some input field looking shape in order for people to understand what it is and how it works. The system looks okay. I'm not using Jiminy because I know how much that's probably going to cost you in the long term if I'm just trying things. Settings are fine. You have switch for light mode, dark mode, system mode right there, which is good. Current plan is free. There's not a lot of places where I can get this. This is kind of bad in terms of readability in between the two, but that's fine. I know it won't cost me, which is good, which is good. I don't think I have any of that written in there. I think I'm making sure that Apple is taking care of that. So that is somewhere around here, and this doesn't exist because Apple just takes care of it. One of the things that I will mention or re-mention again, I mentioned that many times. The the thing that actually I've just searched, it's gonna be much faster if I just do that. The thing that Anita has been talking about in the past and has showcased, and I have showcased it as well, is this thing is the subscription store view, which is a native element from SwiftUI. I don't remember if you're using SwiftUI or something else. Nonetheless, it's in there. Um, that is going to provide the proper, true Apple like allowed and reviewed and certified subscription view so that you don't have to do anything. You just need to say, oh, there is a subscription view here, and it's going to pick up the name of the subscription that you have, the options or the features that you have listed in the App Store console things right away. So that's like so much better. But since you're using React Native, you can't do that. Then you can't do that, which is kind of sad. Um, Anyways, from here, it looks like I can't really. I know the close button is right there, but it looks like I can't get out of this. So that's kind of bad. Um, Nonetheless, you're not, or it doesn't look like you're using the native sheets, which again, because React Native makes some sense. Um, yeah, just pay to get out. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um, Sorry. That's going to 100%. 100%. No questions asked. Uh, Churn. Like any users that comes in, download the app from the store and say like you arrive here, it tells you you need to, create your first workout plan and so on. So you go there, you do that, and then you press send because that's the main thing, and it sends you to this. I'm getting the fuck out. Like there is no questions. So maybe you can have a system in place that says that free users or new users have access to like one free message, which is whatever, whatever you want, but just one. Like your first message is on us, and then the rest is you need to pay for that. Um, but this is really bad. This is certified. I'm out of this app before I even tried it. So going back to what Denny said last time, you need the benefits and the positive of the app to be so good in the first 7 days, in the first 4 days, in the first day of usage that I'm willing to pay for it. And with Dropset, which is the app that we take as a reference, it is that good, and therefore we're like, well, cool, yeah, I'm willing to pay like $4 a month. Yeah, it's $4 a month, so I get it. But if I don't do that, which is also an option, I'm gonna arrive here. I have a notification here, which is not necessarily good. Um, I will be able to log my measurements. So, you know, sorry. Yeah, that's not working. Um, I need the measurement. I need the body and the strength. Also, that is apparently not working right now. I don't know if this is just like I'm too specific. That's crazy. I can't move into body and strength. I could a second ago, but right now none of your segment control works, which is crazy. Um, yeah, I don't understand what's happening. Um, but yeah, other than that, you will have some issues. Um, you will have some issues in the iPhone 13 mini and 12 mini, if that still exists. This thing is gonna wrap, which is not good. You have things that are okay when it comes to, um, the system. And then I'm gonna kill the app and reopen it just for the sake of making sure that we have something that, you know, is working, if that's an option, but I have doubts. Loading is fast, though. That's the only thing that I will say. Let me see, can I do that? I can do that now. Cool. No history, no chat, plans, and so on. So now if I go there, these are good, by the way. I wanted to find this again because we kind of lost it. This is a pretty good pre-system without having to, think about it too much. So that's a good thing. I don't know if I can do that while here. Oh my God, yeah, I can't do that. I didn't do that on my phone. Oh my God, no, I can't do that. So I can't get it. I can't subscribe. You don't have um yeah, goddamn. Goddamn. I'm gonna go back there to get the Astimity preset set up, and we'll see if it does something. Um, yeah, that's not good. I don't think that works. I don't think your AI stuff works. I'm guessing it works on your side, but it is. Okay, so let me create a new chat, go into my history, and then delete this because it makes no sense. I'm going to delete this one as well because it, whatever. And then I'm going to go there, go back in this thing, um, and check. This is still running at the same time, so I'm guessing, yeah, that's better, but goddamn. Upper, lower, full body. You have looks good, and more volume. Change. I can review to activate the plan. All right. Interesting. No legs. What in the full body is this thing? No legs whatsoever. No legs. Oh my god. Burning. This thing? No. Let's activate this, or let's close that just for the sake and say looks good, which is weird. Because I need to click on the thing that then adds it here, and then I need to press send. So I felt like it needs to send automatically if that's an option. We'll probably run through, you know, things and so on, but that's good. Oh my god. Activate that. And then go to plan. So my next session is the upper body. It should have been pre-selected because it's the next session. But that's fine. And then you have, weirdly enough, no ability to scroll within this. So your header is a fixed section, but your entire page is a scroll view. So you end up with a bit of a weird thing when you are scrolling with a different scroll situation. It doesn't really matter. I can't really click on that. I can't really click on that play button, which is debatable. And then I can't really start the workout unless I'm scrolling through. But, so I'm doing some bench presses, and I'm probably going to need to type that. That's the keyboard that we were supposed to see earlier for the body weight and so on. So that's good. If I'm bench pressing, I'm probably going to be at 15. My regular 15, which is about 50. Oh, yeah, 8 is fine. That's not accessible. That is not good. Let's say it was 5. I'm gonna go next. I'm gonna wait. It is skip, so sad. I'm gonna do a second one. I'm gonna say it's gonna be that. And it's not like next exercise. It's just, it's skip. That's so sad. That's so sad. Like I wanna go next. I'm guessing this is like the amount of rest that I need to take, obviously. So I can do that, I guess. All right, cool. That skip button needs to, I thought it was skip the exercise, which is not the case. So that's good. Let's skip the rest again, and then let's skip the rest again. So now I'm done with the bench press. I go into the barbell rows, which is going to be at 0 by default. Is pretty bad. I'm going to use 50 as well for the sake of, filling the things. I do like the fact that if I've done this, you give me automatically the presets for the rest. So that's a good thing. It should probably say skip rest, but you can kind of faintly see the skip word. On stream, I doubt. But yeah. So I do like this. And then I kind of like this as a plus minus 2.5. Will never happen. I mean, barbell rows is like 5 by 5 for me. I'm not getting like a 1.5 on or 125 on both sides. So that's okay. Let's go back there. Let's say I've done 9 reps and it was really hard, so that it's, progressive overload and so on. The play button does work. You can open TikTok. I'm not gonna do that now. Let's say it's light. It's light. And can I change that to just 5? I can. That's interesting. It's working. It's not really good, but it's fine. Let me say it's really easy just for the sake of, getting that. Fatigue is getting in. I wish you had like more stuff. Remove that. To remove it from this workout. That's good. The alignments of how it's editable and so on during the exercise is good. Let me go through that. Interesting that I can have this at 0. Interesting. Interesting. But what? Hi, we're calling. This is Dapshi's app, not mine. I'm just taking a look at what he's done, and I'm not really impressed so far. Triceps pull down is working. So the thing that is kind of pull down. Sorry, I'm pull down. I'm at like 42 right now. And this is like easy. Specifically on cables. What happened if I don't say how hard it was? We don't know, but it's working. Okay, that was weird. That was weird. Also, it's still animating. That's just like, holy shit. All right, so overall experience is okay. There is just a lot of things that I need to fill. But I have a feeling that this is due to the fact that this is the first workout ever in the app, and that the next workout is going to retain my last PR as numbers as based. If that's not the case, it's going to piss me off. Meaning that right now, I said that I was at 42 for the tricep pull down, um, meaning that next time that I have triceps pull down that needs to be in the system, it's going to be pre-selected at 42, which I think is going to be okay. The fact that I could remove an exercise because, I don't know, I tweaked my back, I need to not do the lat pull down because, safety first, whatever. That's interesting. Um, this is okay. I don't know if I care about that specifically. God damn, Stony, welcome on in. Um, that's a lot of streams, Stony. That's a lot of streams. Got it. Um, so that's interesting. I'm gonna try the thing that you said. So first of all, going back to what I said, this you need to pre-select and really pre-select the things because I need to see stuff. And then here the play button needs to be an option. So that I can, get in and play with it. But yeah. Um it's it's interesting. Let me try again to see if there is something in there that can be done, specifically for the video stuff that you talked about. So let me go in there and then let Jiminy pick is a bit of a weird thing. I don't know exactly what that means, but you know, uh, it's an interesting system. Do you have a set of like YouTube channels that that you have pre-hard coded within the app to get access to all of that? Or is it different? Like this is a bit of a it's just the YouTube API. All right. I think I think this is not gonna be good. Also, fuck me. I'm gonna stop that. Goddamn. Okay, so what is not good about it is the fact that you will end up with stuff that is not necessarily going to be good. And you should probably get like a set of like I don't know, one video per thing that is on YouTube that you can just reference as a reference, and and then play that instead of a random search with the YouTube API. Like what I would do, and I think I'm not sure. I think the Thenix YouTube channel probably has like videos of how to, that are presetted. The one we were looking at as well is one that is pretty good and presetted and could work. But if you went to these things and go through even on TikTok and use like a channel that does specifics, which for no reason whatsoever, I had to blur things. In my favorite, in my collection from the gym, I know that this guy, for example, is doing specifics in terms of how he's showcasing like the exercise and so on. And probably like there is a workout basics library that they have and fitness tips and so on that showcase exactly how to do the things. And if you can just figure out like one for men and one for women, that would be pretty good and pretty helpful. The fact that the exercise that is showcased is going to be the same for both anyways. But if you get someone like David that is, or Davis that is doing this, and you can just pre-select the videos and just pinpoint or point to them in your player, without having to search, without having to have anything, it's going to be pretty good. The main reason for this is that you end up with something that is how can I say that? You don't have to do a search. You don't have to use any API. You just have to load the video in question. However, you need to make sure that you are allowed. And right now, by using the YouTube API, you're basically allowed, which I understand. But yeah, this guy is also one of the pretty good one. The thing that is kind of sad about his video most of the times is that it has some sort of a comedic presentation in the beginning that is not supposed to be like the right presentation. So that's probably gonna not be good. But there is like a ton of people that are going to be good. Again, Davis is probably the best for very short presentation of what would work, what muscle would be used, how to do the exercise, and so on. And therefore, that's a good reference. But you know, you decide. But yeah, I would highly recommend you to get like a preset, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 exercise that are listed. And then you have your set of videos and that's it. Rather than go and do YouTube API for everything. The main reason for me to say that, as always, is cost, meaning that if you are doing one request per user per exercise, technically 5, you will have a massive bill at the end of the month if you start having users. Which for now it's just me, so you're good. But yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't necessarily do the thing. But, you know, that's pretty good. That's pretty nice. This is okay. I'm not someone that takes pictures in the gym, so I would probably never use that feature, which is, it happens. But yeah. And yeah, what Stoney said is absolutely true. Yeah, I don't know if I can create a plan uh, manually. Like that would be the thing that I want to do right here. So I think from a free tier point of view from earlier, um, I think I would say allow me to create a plan manually, like on my own. I'm not using the Jimmy chat thing. I'm just creating a new plan and I'm defining that it's like a 5 days a week, and I have like uh, day one is looking like this, day two is looking like this, and so on. And then if I want to have access to like the review and the recommendations and the PRs and all of the intelligence and so on, this is going to happen in the paid tier, but at least I can use the app without having to pay for the things. Um, and curating the video set is going to be the biggest impact on the quality of the app, because you end up with something that is consistent and that is always the same. However, legally speaking, I don't know if you have the ability to do so. So what I would highly recommend you to do is not go for YouTube videos, but goes for animations. There are like libraries that do this, and we talked about it before. But obviously, I'm going there. Obviously, if I go into this thing, which is going to present like the video here, because it is Chris Area, and therefore we have videos of him doing every single exercise in the app. We sometimes in the beginning we didn't have um like we didn't have the videos of him right away, so we had these and the presentation with like very bad animations, but still were there. So I would highly recommend you to get something that is just an animation, or just a set of like a set of these, you know, like it's bad, but it's enough, and you have consistency, you have everything that you need to have in there, and that could work. Again, I don't know where you would find these, but I'm sure you can find something. Um, and yeah, like again, there is not 60,000 versions of an exercise that you can have, and you probably already have the list of exercise that are um, available in your app. So I would go with that, just for the sake of simplicity, not having a YouTube API call that needs to happen, because it makes no fucking sense. Um, but yeah, again, there is like probably an option for you to find uh, free versions of these things. You know, maybe that's the thing. Gas space. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your weekend? Um, no, I know you like YouTube more. The thing is, if I YouTube is weird. That's the thing. Even with the YouTube API, the probability of me finding a video that is unrelated to the topic that I've searched for is highly probable. And the probability of someone like me or someone like Ghana figuring out that your system is basically using the YouTube API, making a video that is titled a very specific way, and then ranking it up so that it pops up on the app is a very probable thing. Again, I'm gonna do that because you probably remember if you're old enough. But if you know, if you if you know, if you know, the probability of someone else doing the exact same thing in the gym community is probably pretty high. So that's the thing. But yeah, curating at least the creators and playlist that they already have to look for like the through the YouTube API within these channels. That's a good option. But I would highly recommend you to just get in the system and just manually curate 20, 30 videos on YouTube and be done with it. The best, again, would be like one for men, one for women, one for children, potentially, if your app is okay for children, but that's kind of weird. And there is like an expectation, which is unrealistic, but like there is an expectation from you, from the rest of the people that are using the app, that you know, the thing that they are going to see are not necessarily going to be like as realistic as they are. Maybe maybe she has basics. I doubt. She's mostly doing some long form videos or longer form videos. So I doubt that she would have like basics of shapes and so on, but it's not impossible. And the others are like, Davis is pretty good. I guess she's doing the same thing. She used to do specifics with exercise specifics, and I'm guessing in the shorts there is probably like a lot of them that are in there that you can use. But again, can use is a bit of a weird thing. And what Stoney said, caching is also a very good idea. So yeah, do that. But then again, going back to what you said earlier, let me just zoom in on that because that's important. Cool. Right there. Right there in the center. Specifically, the reason why we are both with Stony telling you that don't use the YouTube API, use something else, pre-select the videos, and so on, is because you said that. So I want you to use the least expensive thing. And obviously right now you are currently in the free tier of stuff, and therefore everything is free and it's good. The only thing that costs you money is going to be the chat API. But that's it. As soon as you have 10 users, 100 users, these bills are going to be higher than expected. And Yeah, like sets of animations, good. Presets of videos that you have curated by hand, better. Um, a collab with a creator that allows you to use their own videos as a presentation, even better. And that is not like the impossible thing to do. If you are just trying to get, like, I don't know, someone that is new to the gym, fitness, YouTube channels type of things, and you say, you know what, I have an app that would benefit from having videos of exercises in there. Would you be willing to provide, like, I don't know, 30 videos? That thing is broken. Sorry, my PC is just dying. Um, would you be willing to provide like 30 videos related to um, this app and the thing that we're trying to achieve? And then from there, say something along the line of, oh, we could, like, you could be a partner of the app. And if you know, affiliate it, present it, have it linked to whatever, I'm gonna give you a discount, not a discount, but I'm gonna give you a cut on how much I'm making based on so on. So you can do whatever the fuck you want. But that's an option to get the videos. Have a good nap. Have a good nap. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I know it does everything else that is not like just the gym. Um, but curate for the thing that you know would be used, aka the thing that are happening in the gym. Curate for that. You know that it does Pilates, Pilat, and therefore just curate for that as well, and so on. Like again, curating doesn't mean that you need to have the video stored on the app and so on. It's just like the link, so that if the user is clicking on exercise, then it just goes to that link and that's it. And that would be good enough, I think. But yeah, other than that, the rest of the app is okay. It's an alpha thing, so that's fine. I've seen better days, but you know, it's working. It does the job. Um, God damn, this needs to be presets and shit. How do I do that? Mhm. Okay, the UI has a bit of a weird system, um, but that's good. So that is the change, meaning that the barbell um, row have been moved away, which is good. And this one is back focused adjusted, which is kind of crazy to write that big, but fine. Um, it seems to have worked, which is pretty good. Um, I don't know if I need to do anything from there. Like that's the thing. Um, anyways, it's doing its job, which is pretty good. The thing that I'm seeing that is not as good is the fact that the UI is glitching in ways that I would expect it to not glitch. Obviously, as you said, alpha and so on. But the response from the AI stuff is pretty okay. The um, like the tweaks that just happened right here, I feel like I should like validate them or not validate them the same way that we have it here. Um, because right now I just have the review and then go to workout, which is going to send me to the workout tab with like tweaked stuff. Technically, that's the plan. Um, but yeah. Um, yeah, right here I can go back to the previous version of the plan. So yeah, JustCraft, hi, welcome in. How are you? How was your weekend? Uh, like that's the current one that is activated, and then you have V2 and V3 that came in that are not necessarily something that you know I necessarily understand. So yeah, it's a weird system. So I don't know what happened. I don't really know what is in there. Um, and it's fine, but I don't know. But nonetheless, it's interesting to have the history right here. I would say, visually speaking, we are not there yet. This is really bad. This is really bad. So, um, have a good rest of your nap. Don't travel. Take care of yourself. Um, I don't know. I don't know. There was a special Eagles stream from the weekends. God damn. Um, let me phrase that properly because it's harder than it seems. I think the concept is good. I think the unpaid version is non-existent and therefore it should be there. And lastly, the UX of all the navigation within the app is not intuitive enough that people, aka myself, would understand exactly where to go, how to do things, and so on just yet. Not saying that it can't happen, but just saying that it's right now it's a bit of a weird system for these things to happen and be understood. So that's going to take a bit of work on your end to reorganize the navigation, reorganize the tabs, the buttons, the things here and there to make sure that everything is working as intended. The in workout page is interesting, which I do like. I think, again, in order for me to not give up on the first 5 minutes of using the app, I need to be able to send the first chat. Congrats on the streak. Send the first chat or 2 chats for free, at least in the beginning, to create a workout and or create a plan. Or if you don't want to allow for free chats because that's free inference and you would need to, pay for them and so on, give me the ability to manually create a plan based on the library of workouts, exercise things that you have within the database that is either within the app or on server, if that's a thing. But having the ability to do, like, create a plan manually would be pretty good. And then the rest is okay. I think that section, for example, if I'm not paying, there are stuff in there that might need to be presented differently and so on. 1 second, though. Larkin, we're coming in. I have a leak in the bathroom that makes noise that pisses me off, so that's what I did. I think overall, I'm making sure that I didn't miss anything in the chat. And yes, Larkin, you missed this. So yeah, I would need so much things inside of the app in order to make it make sense. So as I mentioned earlier, if I open the app and the first thing that it tells me is create a plan, and then I create a plan and it tells me you need to pay for something, I'm gonna close the app and never come back. So I need to at least have something that is like either manual plan or first message being free. The other thing is, if we go back to, I think Alma is doing that. Let me just make sure. Alma really wants me to get like the 50% off system and so on, but they have things related to, I think it's in here or somewhere else. I forgot exactly where it is, but they have features like this, which are only available on the premium tier. And so basically in the first 7 days or the first 4 days, I forgot how much it is for the free all access system. I had such a nice experience that I'm still talking about it now. It's been like months since I used the app, but also I'm using apps as reference all the time, so it, different values, but still, I'm still using it as a reference for you, for everyone on stream, to make sure that you have like a good experience for things. And so I think you should download Alma, see how they do their free tier and their initial things, uh, and see how they have like the premium uh, the premium stuff displayed and showcased, because that would probably help you do the exact same thing on your end. So, anyways, with that in mind, if you have your first two messages that are free, and then your you get a plan so that I can explore, do my workouts number one, number two, number three, number whatever, until I'm getting like a system-based recommendation. So this needs to be not AI generated so that it doesn't cost you anything. But it needs to be something along the line of, if exercise is marked as easy more than 5 times in a row, then it's time to prompt for put on more weight or put up more reps or do something different and so on. All of that is the intelligence that you are putting inside of the app by default, that is not necessarily working through the AI assistant stuff. But yeah. I don't know, what did I say? What did I say? Also, AI generating a design system is kind of bad. I feel like you should just use a library instead. It'd be so much easier. Like that's so much wasted tokens and resources, unless it's free, in which case go ahead. But god dang. um so yeah, basically what I'm saying is I need the app to work without the AI integration, and I need to make sure that the AI integration is not vital, but necessary enough so that people understand the benefits in the beginning, which means that your first two messages being free is a weird system. Because it's not going to work. In my head, also very, very specific and very gym related, the user flow is going to be, I download the app, I create a workout plan, and then after a while, probably, maybe, I'm going to create an updated version of said workout plan, or the app itself is going to recommend an updated version of the workout plan for me. But the moment at which I'm like, oh yeah, damn, I'm going to use this app forever, doesn't arrive in the beginning. And that's the thing that I'm like, that's what we are like running after or trying to get, in order for the users to be like, oh yeah, cool, yeah, I get it. I understand why that makes sense. Like, for me, in the simplest of simplies that we have, you are here, you open the app for the first time, you have no perfume collection, you look for a perfume that exists, and let's say it's one of the fucking Sauvage from your whatever that you have. Click on that, you add it, and then it's in your collection, and it pops in right where it needs to be in your collection. From there, you right away have the ability to click on it, get the information so you see the benefits of how it's displayed in the shit. And then if you go back to the home view, it's going to recommend the only perfume that you have added to your collection, in which case it's going to be the same thing. And then you can mark it as wearing, and you have the okay, cool, I get that. As soon as you have added 5 perfumes or more, you kind of see the benefits in the next day, because the next day is going to recommend things from your collection that are either like matching the weather or something that you haven't tested in a long time and whatever. But you see the benefit like the next day. For Alma, I saw the benefits on the same 15 minutes of usage, the first usage, basically. Like I opened it, I said, let me track my meal because that's the plan. And then it was there and it was good. And then the next day I did the same thing and it was still good. So, like I had the benefits in the first addition. For you specifically, I feel like it's more of a long-term situation, mainly because it's a gym-related content, which means that it's going to be the workouts that I'm doing needs to be somehow adapted to me in time, or it is somehow edited based on activities or based on feedbacks that I'm giving to the AI chats. But yeah. Yeah, I think that rings a bell, Larkham, in the if you mean the UI itself of cloud design. But yeah, other than that, actually, I think the time to like the time to success or the time to value that the user will see needs to be shortened by a lot in order for the whole thing to be like working. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of bad. Is this fixed? It is fixed. Oh my god. They have fixed it. Look at it. At least they work on it. Just something. God dang. But nonetheless, like if you're trying to build like a UI kit / design system through an AI like these ones, I would really recommend you don't. And I would really recommend you use Pencil instead. And I would highly recommend you use like an existing things. So if I use ink because ink is good as a base, let's say this is the type of shit that you want to have in terms of the UI that you want to create, then this is done. And you don't need to do anything about it. It's just like these things are working. These things are good. And you can just interact with them and do the stuff. And you have like all of your components, all of your stuff that is already done. And it's based on Tailwind CSS, meaning that you just have to use Tailwind. But yeah, so much easier for you to just do that. Anyways, but yeah, other than that, actually, I do think that The visuals are good. The presentation is good. The navigation isn't good within the app. There are things that needs to happen in different places. And I would say my main question is, why did you go with React Native instead of native code, as in SwiftUI and Kotlin, as two different code bases? Or SwiftUI and Skip, in order to get like a transforms, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Other than that, it's working. It's still broken. It's still broken. Yeah. I think the easiest thing you can put in place is manual plan. Manual plan, curated videos, and you need to figure out what the chat actually does compared to the rest of the apps. That makes your app like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stay there because it makes sense. But yeah, other than that, it's fine. It's working. It's working. Working on a few projects to put inside the portfolio. One being my work on the jewelry shop. Needed a way to present everything I did, hence creating a design system based on the assets, elements, and everything I've created. Yeah. All right, cool. So, what I mean by that face is if you didn't do that during the creation of the project, then it's kind of bad to do it post-production because, you know, the consistency and so on is already in place. So it doesn't really matter that you have created a set of things. What you can do, however, is just use one of the many AI chat that exist, like Claude directly or Kimi directly and so on, with a link to the site in question, maybe 2 pages, and say extract the main components from this website and create a UI kit / style guide presentation in a HTML page or React JavaScript page, something. And it would be better than if you wanted to create something like, let's create a design system for this project or based on this project. Because when you're, again, I don't know exactly what message you sent, but if you're saying, let's create a UI kit based on this project, it's going to generate something. When you say extract the thing that are already there, it's going to extract them and then put them in a place that makes sense. One of the things that I'm working on that you haven't seen and you can't see, which I'm just going to zoom in on very fast, is that's the wrong file. God damn it. If only I knew. Where you at? There. So something like this It's not great, but it's good enough. Like you can showcase something like this that contains like, okay, well, I have the buttons, I have sub buttons, I have segment controls, input fields, and badges. That's all the thing that we have in the app. The rest is gonna be something else. But if you're creating like a design system out of the content that you have, then you will end up with something that is like way bigger than what you currently need. So the design system checklist, for example, which is probably what Claude is going to use, when it comes to the core components, there is like 166 in there. And you probably don't have 166 components in there. You probably have like a text foundation, color foundation, a component foundation, as in buttons, input field, potentially select and drop downs, checkboxes, and that's about it. And then you would have like components that are specific to the page, aka your product card, your review card, if that's the thing, your carousels if you have done that, and so on. And so that is probably going to be like a better option for you to just extract from instead of create, because it's going to create way more stuff that you don't need. But yeah, it's going to be easier for you to just do that instead of like for here, for example, if I were to do that, you know what? Let's do that. That's not the right thing. The components and elements of this page, and generate style guide / UI kit based on the content. Yeah. And we'll see if it's work. I don't know. But what I'm expecting here is something that is very white, very black. These buttons needs to be somewhere. That font needs to be extracted. These might be extracted. That is part of the design system. Then maybe that section we would have some inputs. And maybe it would extract this with that icon right there, but I have doubts. But that's what I'm expecting. And yeah, we'll see. And yes, chat directly. Basically, so the reason for this is chat is the widest range of usage that we can have in the free tier or paid tier. So the amount of inference that Claude is allowing us to do is greater within the chat directly. And, you know, like that's the thing. We have the buttons, we have the things, we have things that are kind of weird, but we have a chat that is a duplicate of what is currently in the app, which is kind of weird, but that's like because of the floating elements. Fidget card, which we don't really have, and then the input is wrong and that button is wrong. Um, we don't really have icons inside of the things, so that's interesting. It is still generating a ton of things, but yeah, what I'm saying again, let me re-explain that. The Claude app, the Claude chat directly, the ChatGPT chat directly instead of just the codex section, have inference and usage that is greater than if you are using them through something else. The Claude.ai/design is extremely limited when it comes to its usage. So you can do like 4 messages if you are in the free tier. You probably have like 2 or 3, and in the paid tier you may have like 5 to 6 before you basically have reached your limit for the week, like the full week. So you can't do shit with it. This one is going to be extrapolated, like you officially have a specific amount of usage that is available for the week and for the day and for the session, but your session is going to reset after 5 hours. And technically speaking, on what is generated during that session is roughly what we call as $20 of inference, which means that because you have $20 of inference every 5 hours, that is included in your plan for the first paid plan, you have somehow something that is more along the line of the uh, if you're on max, something that is along the line of like 5K of inference on everything. So that's the thing, and these are going to be better than the rest. I don't like Opus. Opus is doing too much for what it's supposed to do. Even Sonnet 4.6 is a bit of a pain in the ass, and I don't like it. So yeah. I'm currently on the clear tab sheet. So I'm using the clear app icon. I'm guessing if I go into just dark, we probably will get the thing in question. But that's too much colors. I don't like it. I don't like it. Do you have that green somewhere in the landing page? And are you using DM serif for that? Like, is that the truth? You're not. Why are these separated by colors? Is it because of the gradients? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I see. So it's extracting things that are in there, which, yeah, okay. Um, interesting. Um, mm, I see. I see the issue. I see the issue. Yeah. It's just that page is not extractable as much as I thought it would be or it could be. So that's bad. But we have the base at least, and that's probably good enough for the presentation that you want to do, Larkham. Um, like you have the buttons, you have the sections, you have the things. That's gonna be enough for what needs to be showcased, and you probably would have some other things that we don't have here. But you know, so the thing that we have an issue with here is the fact that this site has been made with Next.js, if I'm not mistaken, based on that last thing. And therefore it's not necessarily like rendered properly so that it can extract it. But again, this is like one chat. Maybe GPT is better than this. I don't know. Um, I don't know. Yeah, they all have. They all have. God, they. It doesn't want me to scroll down. It's crazy. Likely CSS is crazy though. I don't understand anything that happened. It's just the wrong link. GPT is weird. I'm gonna say that. This is crazy. That's ChatGPT. I don't like ChatGPT in general. It's just doesn't work. Let's see. Let's see if Kimi is better. Which is most likely is, but based on how your website has been created, I have doubts. I have doubts. I also don't remember if Kimi has the ability to create artifacts slash HTML encoded presentation. I think so, but I'm not sure. So, yeah. Um, I'm gonna need to ask if it can generate like a page at the end, but goddamn, this is much better in terms of UI, Pepsi. Let me say that and then it just breaks. But right now it's going through everything and it's following exactly what it needs to be, and it's not like breaking whatsoever, so that's pretty good. It's following through. It's giving me a lot of things though that are not necessarily good because we don't care about all of that. Again, going back to what I said earlier, like Claude is currently, based on what we are seeing, the only one that is generating an artifact, something that is visual and easier to use. And once you have that, then you can export it directly through, something like Figma directly. If you wanted to do something in Figma, if you have it in, if your portfolio is in code or is coded, you can just use the extracted HTML creation that they have done, and yeah. That's the thing. I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, Kimi has the cutest blobs. This blob is so cute. We like it. Not that it makes any difference, but yeah. I don't know why it's executing Python code right there. Like that makes no sense whatsoever. But you have a base. So yeah, right now Claude is gonna be the best, specifically because you have access to Max. Then you're good. Going through chat directly makes a lot more sense than going to /design. And using Claude Code within the terminal is fine, but it's not the easiest to navigate. So I'd go with chat all day. And then obviously I'm not using that right now, but using the app is going to be even better because they want you to use the app as a user, and as a company they want to push people to use the app. So if you are using the app, same thing, you have like a bit of an extended version of the session time window thing. They are like a bit more indulgent when it comes to letting you do a teeny tiny bit more than if you didn't have that. So yeah. Yeah. Me too. I want to see that thing. I want to see the outputs. Are you like currently working mostly in Figma, or are you working mostly in code for this portfolio? Because goddamn, that hurts. Oh, I forgot that. That's so true. Well, too late. I forgot to launch the washing machine before I start streaming. I forgot it. This thing is taking a lot more. And that is not Python. That's not. That's not what I asked for. God damn. I don't think it can display HTML content. That's the thing that I'm debating in my head right now. But yeah. Feels, have a good work time. No, you're not working. It's Monday. Great. It's your day off. The timing was wrong. The timing was wrong. Yep. You can't? That's so sad. Oh my god. One more reason to ditch Figma and use pencil instead. I God damn. Oh my god. You haven't been here enough. Use that instead of Figma, please. Just it's yeah, it's better. It's limited to web though, so you can't really create UI for mobile. It's not as good, but you know, it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. God damn, Kimmy, you're taking like 60,000 days. Dang. Yeah, I think it's extracting the entirety of everything from your site. Tapshi, sorry about that. Like, goddamn. Goddamn. It launched this year, so no. This year or last year? End of last year? I don't really remember. 2026 is the latest one, latest update. But yeah, no, it's going to give you something that is a bit more editable and usable in the long term, because you have basically like Claude can go in, edit the content as agents, and then it's editing things that are editable the same way that you can edit stuff in Figma after the fact. So you end up with something that is very much Figma-like, that you can just play with, and you're done. Whereas Figma right now, based on what they are about to announce at Config, which is exactly the same thing, it's in the paid tier. And the pricing of Pencil is appreciated. I think that's the best pricing we've seen so far. So, yeah. God damn, Kimmy. God damn, you're still running. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is bad. That is bad. I've seen this, which is fun. Also, this is absolutely unrelated, but I think I need to talk about it. This is a an interesting concept for logging in with Google. As a slide to log in, and instead of sliding to the side, sliding up, because it seems to be like a bit of an easier thing to do with your thumb. So I do like it. I like that concept. And I'm also extremely biased when it comes to the arrow that they are using, because the product I'm working on right now has the exact same arrows. A bit of a thing like this. So yeah, nonetheless, it's a fun concept. I do like it. I think it's nice. It stands out. All right, cool. We have previews. We have previews. Interesting. That seems to be pretty accurate, but not as good. The rest is kind of bad. This makes sense. This is interesting. We did extract mostly everything from your fucking thing. It did extract the app as well. Badly, but it did it. It did it. God damn, that was slow as fuck. But it's working. So Kimi might be a bit better than Claude. I doubt it. I doubt it. I think the latest extract from Claude to Figma is a bit of an easier thing to do, and it would have worked, but nonetheless, that's kind of fine. I think the main issue is because of your setup. Again, I'm gonna use that as an argument. That's not true, but we never know. The fact that you don't really have like that's a div and not a button. So that is already a bad move, and then that's a link and not a button. So yeah. Other than that, I don't think you need too much anyways. If you're doing like a case study for the jewelry brand and the website in question and so on, I feel like you don't need more. Like you don't need much. You might need something that is similar to what Dapchi has done for page number 3, like this one. Like maybe having something like this where you have like the page and then some floating elements like the buttons, the inputs, the cards for the project and so on might be enough of a presentation. But yeah. How do you present the complete user flow refund on a portfolio? Good question. I'd probably have a user flow, as in one of these. One of these, even though not necessarily true, but have something like this or something like this in terms of the flow that needs to happen with the original user flow, and then a refined version of it if necessary to just like, showcase, okay, cool, that's the content, that's how it worked, and that's how it works now. What? Is it good? No. So I don't know exactly. I know that I have similar things where we had like multiple user flows that have been refined multiple times that, you know, like every specific use cases and so on that have been like explored that is presented here, but it's like not necessarily something that just makes sense. Um, what you could do would be instead of having like a presentation like this, have something that says user used to get stuck at this step, so we modified the flow so that they were not stuck, and therefore we ended up with a conversion rate of X amount, like more than the previous version, if you have the data. If you don't, then make it up. um but yeah, it's probably for a case study of a presentation of a product that you have. um like i I think it's easier to just say, this is the problem that we have noticed. This was the metrics there. We made some changes that were this, and that, and we ended up with this as a conversion rate, or this as an output metrics. So the drop rate was like, I don't know, 50%, and now it's like 3. So improvement and so on. But yeah. Um, with screens, it's not something that I would have, uh, because you don't have the space to do so. Like you wouldn't, I wouldn't, um, I wouldn't give you on a portfolio something that looks like this, because all of that is the user flows basically. So I wouldn't like showcase screen by screen how it looks and what would be the flow in question, because that doesn't make any sense for any hiring person. So there's that. If you have a recording of both sides, like the previous version, the 20 steps, and the new redesigned version with the 4 steps, um, then yes. But other than that, I would not present anything. I would just have like the most generic. I don't think I have any of them though. That's the sad part. I don't think I have anything in the graveyard either. God damn it. Like here, I could show you that, for example, where we had users, and that was like the initial thing, and I proposed that the addition was inline instead of being the invite members button only. So if you are here, you can click on there to just type the email of the person and invite them as a very specific type of role, and then it'd be done, and it would be pending invite instead of having the model with the content. So that's the thing that I've done, but it's not necessarily something that I would showcase as a flow with screen by screen system. I would probably just go into prototype, go there, record that section of the stream or the screen, and say, okay, cool. So if we are here and we go into that system and we select something in there and we add the member, we have the thing that works, and then I'll be done with it. And then I would compare that to the initial version and see if that worked, and then have some bullshit metrics next to it. But yeah, different system though. So I wouldn't, again, I wouldn't showcase screens whatsoever, just because it doesn't make any sense to me. Um, but if it makes sense to you, if you think that it's like a good presentation, maybe do that. But just a bullet for me, that message that you sent in chat of website had an extra long form with 20 plus steps on a long page, and I redesigned the website and cut this flow into 4 steps bite-sized flow, and then you just showcase the 4 steps bite-sized flow. That's it. Like that's that's what I would showcase. Maybe with one picture of the long form of the 20 questions, but that's it. Like nothing else would make sense. So you would just have um like that's your long form things, and then you have your website used to have long form whatever with 20 questions. That's your title that is like next to the image itself. And then when the user scrolls, if they do scroll, then you can change that paragraph with something else. So you would have, therefore, I changed it to a 4 questions step system. And that page is just gonna, let's say, move up. And instead you have that as your option. If like if that is ever even necessary, but you know, like that's about it. That I wouldn't bother more than that. And specifically, I would rather just on scroll, change the content to diminish the long page and just showcase. Yeah, it's now like a four step things, and that's a GIF that's just showcasing the 4 steps. But yeah, I really wouldn't. Like that message is good enough. It is good enough. Like this is way too much text for my taste, as always. So like that is enough. For me, that's always the case. It's just like, well, can we simplify the thing? Can we make it like as simple as possible, but also as easy to understand as possible, and then end up with something that just makes sense? And sometimes yes, sometimes no, but like if we go in a UI UX case study that already exists, let me just get there. For some fucking reason, I take the first one. That's the user flow. Again, like if you just want to showcase the user flow change that you have done, you can do one of these with like 20 questions and then one with like 4 questions, and that's enough. You can do something like this with like the screenshot of the website, but because it's a website, you end up with something that takes a lot more space than just this. So that's also one of the reasons why I wouldn't necessarily be inclined of doing so. Because your outputs when it comes to like, this is a branding system, I want a UI case study. I don't think there will be. Yeah, that's the template that I know. This is an old template. These are the flows, for example, and it's like it's not. None of them are using the screenshots of the website per se. Like it's just all right, cool. That's the UI. That's how it looks. That's what we have, but we don't have a flow based on the UI itself. I think. Yeah, we don't. So, yeah, most likely, most of the time, just a flow with blocks and blobs and things. It's going to be enough to showcase what you're trying to achieve. And specifically, if it's that much of a change, again, something like this, as a we had 20 questions in a row, and you just do something like that with, I don't know, with that, you know, going from 20 questions in a row to 4, that's enough of a visual presentation for people to be like, oh yeah, I get it. Like, that makes sense. Cool. You know. Would be good enough. Would be good enough. Again, the thing that I showcased to Denny last week is dang. So eh. Easier, simpler. We don't want to overcomplicate things. It doesn't make any fucking sense to just show questions for the sake of showing questions. So I'd rather not. I'd rather not. But yeah, obviously this is Figma, not pencil, for many reasons. For many reasons. I just visually centered the thing, by the way. That's what I just did. But yeah, no, other than that, I don't know. We'll see when we have something to look at from your side of things. Yeah, I don't know. Things are not working as expected, and I'm working on a lot of things that I sadly can't show you, which is kind of annoying. And on the stream, I would love to, but I, based on what the client has said, I can't. I can show you, but I can't talk about it. And if I can show you but not talk about what the thing is, it's not gonna work. So, you know, it's not the best. I'm tired all the time. I'm just old. That happens. I am more tired, indeed. Indeed. I also forgot to take my meds. Thank you for that. Which is important. Kinda, but it depends on the day. I would say in the past few days, there's been a ton of things that are not necessarily good. So, we can't do much. I mean, I can't do much specifically. That's the main issue. I need I need some upgrades in terms of tech on my side to be able to continue to do the thing that I want to do. And in order to do that, I need money and because I don't have a job other than the client that I'm working on right now, which is like just a 1 month thing, it's not gonna pay the tech in question. So it's complicated. It's complicated, and oh my god, they all did the exact same thing again. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it, but it's still not good. It's still not good. Everything being kind of more boring than before and less interesting than before is also a factor on that. Um, like, I'm making sure that my feed is like filled with stuff that is as not related to the usual than that it can be. So most of my feed is going to be Japanese content because it makes a lot more sense for me. But most of the stuff that we are seeing right now is always the same thing. So every single designers right now are creating some sort of portfolio that looks exactly the same. Every outputs that we have when it comes to branding, when it comes to website and landing pages and so on, is probably going to be the same. And it's just like it's more boring than before. Therefore, there is nothing that I can just, talk about. It's mostly the same. Like there is a ton of things that just. What do you want me to say? That it looks like shit. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. And the other thing is the fact that right now we can just basically do the things in 3 clicks without having the outputs. It's not as good. So, yeah, it happens. It happens. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. That it's, again, sorry, this is crazy that this is looking like an AI generated thing. Damn. Damn. But yeah, no, most of the issue that I have right now is the fact that most of the thing that I want to do, I can't because I don't have the money. I don't have the money. I need to decide if I want to eat something or do the thing that I like to do. So I'm probably gonna eat something. Just you know, just safety things. I need to work on so much stuff. Like basically, I have to update Can in a way that makes it make more sense, but I don't have the skills and I don't have the tokens to be able to use that and make the changes that needs to be happening in there. Mainly one of the main requests from the users is making it a bit more friendly to mistakes. So the initial plan is simply to have 6 mistakes. So you just have half a life if you make a mistake. That way you can like have a full quiz with 4 mistakes, and then like that's a thing that can happen. I need to ensure that I have like more content in there, and yeah, not really. It's not bad, but it's not good either. We are currently, I think, $50 this month. I think. Yeah, we're at 50 for this month, which is fine. It's a bit less than the months before. But not even. I had 14 this month. And 56 in the last period. So, yeah. Yeah. Not great. Not great. This one is making more in total, which I appreciate. The last 90 days is a better overall. But yeah. You know, 260 on this one is fine. And same thing, 400 and something on this one. Almost 5 now, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. But that's like in 2 years, so. Not ideal. Not ideal. And then this one is bringing something, but again, not enough. It does pay for the Apple dev account. Basically, what that means is that this one has covered the first year of cursor usage at 300 and something. And this one has covered the Apple account. So I'm basically still in the negative because it's not like my time and so and other things, but overall we are kind of breaking even-ish with these two in about 2 years, and I just need like a lot more marketing around it. I just don't have the brain power nor the energy to do so. So that's kind of bad. It is kind of bad. I would need to basically go into the distribution and add some paid stuff. So if we have like an ad campaign or something like an event-based thing that can happen in the stores, then that would help. But yeah, so there is that, first of all. There is this project as well that I want to bring into something that is not like in this software, because that thing is broken. But I can't do that because I don't have access to the Twitter API, and that they do, which is the reason why it's here. And then Ben also has some issues when it comes to, like the last thing that I shared, has some issues when it comes to the database system that made me pay something today. It's not supposed to happen. So yeah, that's the situation. That's the situation. I will know, however, going back to what I said earlier, I would know in about 8 days if what's happening here is safe or not. Because right now I'm currently at 20 out of 20 usage. Technically speaking, I have used $45 out of the 20. And if I don't have to pay the additional 24, 25 on top of my 20 next months, then that means that it's not counted in the bill because I don't have anything in the bill. In which case, I'm safe and I can then work on stuff, but I need to wait for the months. So that's a pain in the ass. But it's fine. It's fine. And then going back to the stream stuff, there is a lot of thing that happens on stream that that happened on stream that don't happen anymore. We have like a lot more viewers that don't have a lot of things to showcase. I feel like, which is kind of sad. So, more viewers is good, but no showcase is not good. And because I can't show you what I'm working on, that's really bad. Like I can't do show and tell and so on. So, one day it will come back. Officially speaking, the work for the client is supposed to be um, like a bit more, like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. Um, and I mean, technically 12 days. um, and you know, after that, I will be able to showcase stuff, I guess. Maybe talk about it. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. And then there is other things where I'm trying to do some animations and some stuff that just don't work. Um, it's um, it's complicated. It is complicated. So yeah, I'm trying to animate a logo, but the SVG path system doesn't follow what it's supposed to do. So basically, there is an eye in the logo in question, and the dot of the eye is supposed to be the last thing to go in, but it is the first thing to go in, basically because it is split into the main path for the logo that is handwritten, kind of, um, and the dot of the eye. It means that because they are two separated paths, they are starting at the same time. And I don't know how to animate SVGs properly in code, so that they start they don't start like the dot is at the end, and yeah, that's kind of bad. Other than that, it's good. But yeah, going back to your previous message, yes, the fact that I'm not designing things in Figma, the fact that I'm not like um, building a new app like for stoning or some sort of thing. Like we used to do things for fills, but because I'm out of tokens, I can't really show you new things because I can't do new things, which is pissing me off. So, yeah. And I can't do it with a video editor because it would be limited. And the goal is to have it as the logo on the page. So basically, even though that's not the case, but the idea is to basically end up here and have the logo at the top that just animate on hover, and that being like a video file would end up being a mistake because it would be way heavier compared to the logo itself. I have something that is like right here, which is not exactly the thing in question, but it works the same way. Um, or it's supposed to work the same way. God damn it. But that's like basically the idea, and it's working. It's animating. It's not a good animation. I think the curve needs to be tweaked and touched on and so on. But yeah, imagine that there is like an eye right here that is linked to that tail, which is not the case. But like imagine that that's the case, then the dot right here would appear at the same time that this is just appearing. So you have like a floating dot for the length of the logo, and it makes no sense. Yeah, I hate Lodi in general, so that doesn't help. That doesn't help. But yeah, it's one of these things. I have stuff though that are kind of working. Let me see if I can do that. Um, yeah, that's not working. That's not loading. God damn it. That was weird. That was weird. Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot about that. Ah. Basically, these things are also like kind of easier to put in place. So these were fine to animate because these loaders are simple. Um, but the logos themselves are not there yet. But it works. It works. Basically, it's the same system, not really, but it's similar to a company that's called Buff, which is interesting when you look at their logo animations right there for all of the thing that they do and all of the thing that they have within the landing page, the logo at the top and so on. All of that is a neat transition, a neat thing. They have done this through like After Effects, if I remember correctly. But all of these teeny tiny things is basically what I'm trying to recreate, or at least have somehow in that branding that I'm doing. Um, but yeah, it's not. I can't do the animation as I want them to be done, and yeah, I just that's a lack of skill on my end. That's a me issue. I get it. I understand. I understand. But yeah, and I probably could use a Lodi timeline, but mm, mm, I doubt. I doubt so much. Hmm. Why is it opening so many fucking things? It's crazy. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't even know if we have thing that I can just, pick up, copy paste. I doubt. I doubt. Let me see. We never know. We never know. Maybe it works. Maybe it's an option. Maybe I can copy paste from Figma to Lodi directly. I doubt. I know they have a plugin to do that, but it's also gonna not be in there. Let me use that. Let me copy that as an SVG and see if it works here. Can I do that? I can do that. There. There is a need for path offset, and that's the same thing. That's the issue that I had last time as well with Lodi in general. It's just like things make sense, but it doesn't work as I'm expecting them to work. So because we don't have like some of the regular things that are supposed to be in there, it just doesn't make any sense. Um, like that navigation is just so weird. Like I can't. Um, I don't understand how any of this would make sense and work because there is nothing that can be done, and it's just so weird. The the system of the tools that I'm familiar with, I would say, is just like so incomprehensible now compared to what I was used to, specifically for the thing that I'm trying to do. So basically, the only tool that I know that can do the thing in question is Rive, but Rive is such a weird interface that just doesn't make any sense for what I'm trying to achieve, and the export is really bad. And I'm like, I don't like it. Um, so yeah, the other one is Cavalry, which is similar, but it doesn't export like as an SVG, and it would be easier to just like edit the code itself. And for that same reason as earlier, because I don't have the tokens anymore, it's just a pain in the ass. So that's that is where we are. That is the situation, and it's pretty bad. But we don't really have a choice. The things in questions are just like not doing in the right directions. So yeah, all of that is kind of all of that piles up. If you want the explanation from the previous question, it's just things are just piling up for no fucking reason when they shouldn't, and yeah, there's nothing I can really do. So yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for this thing to be figured out or something to happen um, based on other outputs. And that takes time. So we end up here. We end up here. Like going back to the streaming thing that I had like on in March as well. Um, there has been many times where I'm like, I don't know if streaming makes any sense, and right now streaming makes absolutely no sense. But I can't do anything if I'm not streaming. Like I don't have anything to do other than working on that client project, which is a good thing, but still. Um, and therefore it makes no sense to not stream, but it makes no sense to stream either. So it's a weird dilemma at that instant. We're waiting for the unlock, which is going to be in about a week. So that is time. That's about it. If I have the answers in 8 days, would be good. And then we can go back to do stuff. And if it's positive, it's positive. If it's negative, I don't know. I have no clue. I'm debating, but I don't know. The thing that I had, right there. I'll see if I can do that. This is probably gonna break the stream like last time. But in terms of what we have in there, fulfills specifically God damn it. This is not gonna do the thing. I can't do that. I can't do that from here. The fact that I know that is crazy. Oh my god. Did you change something, Phils? didn't we have run dev as the thing? It's not. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I just did. But run dev is just not working. What happened? Did you add dependencies that I don't have? Apparently that was the case. Apparently that was the case. You said you had changed some stuff. Obviously, when I'm trying to do something, it's not gonna work. Not gonna let me do the thing in question. Is that two? Did I click twice? No, we good. Yeah. This is one of the things that I need to work on, for example, Lakim, that I need tokens. I would love to be on a max plan right now, but I don't have the funds to be on a max plan right now. Like $1,000 a year. What did we say about this? I see I got spammed. Feels that's crazy. And these make sense that they are broken because we are not in a live server, so don't worry about it. It makes sense. Yeah, I don't know exactly what is missing, but there is still something that is missing from my point of view in here that needs to be fixed in order to properly get the outputs. But yeah, that's the thing that we can fix later. That's the thing that we can fix later. It's gonna be okay. Yeah. So all of that is the type of thing that I need to work on, but I can't because I don't have the tools available. I think the only tool that we have right now is the cloud code stuff because I have a pro account, but other than that, not able to do anything about it. That's pretty sad. That is pretty sad. Cutty. Cutty. That's an interesting loading screen, Phils. I don't think I've ever seen this thing. And then that has changed. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like if I go on Rive, because Rive is going to be the easiest option. Not really the easiest option, but it is one of the easiest option. If I just get the something, anything in there, God damn, are you slow? I can't do another fucking file because this one is a legacy file, which is wild. But Rive makes no sense. But if I wanted to have something like in here and I create a path, and let's say I'm just using one of these, and you know, that's just the thing that we have, whatever. And we don't want this to be filled. We want this to be a stroke only. And so right now, this is not something that we can do anymore. And it just doesn't make any sense. Because it's just like it's not there. So you remove that, but then you don't have your path system. So you still need to add like a new stroke on top of that to get the elements to be like bigger and so on. So that's a bit of a weird thing because it's not supposed to be in the same section. And then from there, you will have either the draw order or clip or something that is going to be related to the draw on, which is related, if I remember correctly, to the trim effect. And so the trim is going to allow us to get this transition thing that I'm trying to achieve, which is good. And so that alone is what I'm looking for in Lodi, for example, and that's the trim start and then the trim end that is probably gonna have the ability to get this. And you just change the offset because that's what you're trying to do for a loader element thing. It's just like you define the length, meaning like let's say 42%, and it starts at like 10% or something. Doesn't really matter. And then my offset is going to go through and do the animation that I'm trying to achieve. That's good, right? This is the only app that works like it's supposed to in here for the trim effect. And this is in the least intuitive interface that we have so far. Like that whole thing is just making absolutely no sense. And yeah, it's just wild. It is just wild. Like if I wanted to have that effect on the trim again, and let's say we go with I don't know, we could start with whatever the fuck we want anyways, but if we had something that did this as a loader, because the export is not an SVG, it's a Rive proprietary file, and it's also not as good as it needs to be. So that's the reason. Like the output is not good. Because that shit makes no sense. This is way too complex for what it's supposed to be. And the thing is just a draw on with the trim system. And yeah, like it's an SVG animation. And right now in Rive, I'm gonna have a Rive file as an output, and I can't really extract the thing as an SVG that I can then get in without upgrading. and it just makes no sense. So it's just God damn it! What's the wrong button? What's the wrong button? So that's the reason. That is the reason. It's just a matter of outputs and creations that can be done that just can't be done within Rive and can't really be done either within Lodi directly, or at least not as easily as it could be in Rive. And the output is shit. So we end up with not a thing that works. Which is bad. Which is bad. The only one that I could potentially do it in is going to be Spline. Like, because with Hannah, I could potentially get something out of it, but it's also like not as good. But yeah. Have we tried giving the SVG to Claude Design and asking him to animate the SVG? Yes, we have. Kate, hi, welcome in. Basically, that is the reason why we already have, I mean, not Claude Design, but Claude directly, which is right here. That animation thing that I have is coming from Claude directly. So I gave it the path, and then it did the animation, and the first animation works. The issue that I have is that even when I'm giving it the SVG that I want to have, it's not working, and I don't know why. And Stony, I need you for this, by the way. Side note from far away while you are lurking. I need to know how I can open an SVG file without it being this. You told me once and I forgot. I need to get access to that file code to read the lines in questions. And I remember you told me, but I just don't remember how. I can show you, but I can't talk about it, so I can't. Command Shift P. Reopen. Re. It's the second one. It's the second. I got it. Thank you. Goddamn. And then that. What's the shortcut to wrap? Is it T? Yeah, that. It's Z. Or D. I remember that. Basically, what happens, I think, is the fact that the initial point that I'm trying to get, which is not in there, um, is going to be somehow like a secondary path, and it's going through at the same time, and it just doesn't export properly. It's, I guess, my issue with the SVG in question is the way that Figma is exporting the SVG in question. So, um, this thing is still a clone of VS Code. The new version isn't, I think. But yeah, you're right. You are right. Phew. Basically, if I do that, and then that, and then text editor as default, and then Alt Z for this, yeah, that's the issue. I can see that. Definitely, welcome back. No. So I think remembering what has happened last time for the plugin in question was VS Code decided, or Microsoft specifically decided to say that any plugins that is not part of the VS Code store, extension store, something, it just doesn't work outside of VS Code stuff. So this is not like a cursor thing, but it's still the same. We agree. Anyways, this one specifically had a pass that is split at one point, and I think that's the issue. I think it's this, that path number one right here. That's the main thing of the logo, and that stroke right here is not even. Sorry, I'm saying shit. That's not even the case. So the point in question is somewhere in all of these things, and I don't know where it is. And because they are split elements, it just doesn't load. So that is such a weird thing. That is such a weird thing. But I'll figure it out. Probably. At some point. Maybe. God damn, sorry, the delay on this one is crazy. Let me just refresh this, just in case. Just in case. I doubt it will make any difference, but we never know. We never know. Let me drop, just to see if it's rigged. Yep. Rigged. Absolutely rigged. Yeah. There was this articles, if I remember, from Josh. Nope. This one. Josh had like an article about interactive like SVG and so on, and explaining exactly how things are. And the thing that we had that I kind of understood was pretty simple. The thing is, it doesn't, like, that system of making thing in order, just I don't get it. Uh, mainly because, mainly because it's a tad more complex. So that one right here, like the first M, is our first point, if I'm not mistaken. And then we're supposed to have another one somewhere along there, which I obviously can't see, that contains the rest of the points. That's basically the thing. And it's just that that M, which is, if I remember correctly, this is the the move to position, and then the L is the line, and therefore we end up with things that are making more sense. And right now we only have one, but we don't have like a squiggles or something that can be created or done or something. So it's just like this article in question is pretty good, but I would need like a lot more time to figure out exactly how I can implement all of that, and the animations properly, and all of that is probably in there. But yeah, I do too. I do too. But yeah. Like that squiggle is the thing that I want to have. And it doesn't have shit. It makes sense. It's just like the complexity of this thing is greater than expected. And therefore it's harder for me to figure out exactly where I need to change things to move things to another place. It's right there. You see that second M right here is supposed to be in line, but it's moving to that point and then drawing the thing. And apparently it's doing it at the same time. That's the thing that just doesn't make any fucking sense. So I don't know. That is where I am with this thing, and I've been at it for a day and a half, so it's not like that long. It's just I don't have the understanding and the basis of this, and I can't do that on stream either, so that's really sad. But that's the type of thing that I need to, work on. So yeah. That is where we are. That is where we are. The sad part is that. Kane, how's the CMS going? Is it still going? Right, hi, what on it? Did you throw it into ChatGPT to explain like the articles? No. I did that into Claude. But yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. That's right there. um, it's not really explaining it, but having the animation that I wanted to have. And as I showcased earlier, I do have the animation in some of the things, just not all of the things. And right now, if I'm not mistaken, in the code that I have created, I have made the animation through CSS, and I think I should make the animation through the SVG file itself. And in order to do that for me with like Claude and ChatGPT and the others, I need to use Cursor because I can't do that through any other things. So that's a bit of a situation for me. But yeah, I have tried. I made sure to have like this entire thing to be working, but for some fucking reason it doesn't really animate in the first place. And then because we have requested animation frames, then we have the animation here. But overall, like this is the easiest thing because it's just like one single line. And then the loaders that I've put in place are trims. So it's just like a portion, the same thing that I was showcasing on Rive earlier. That makes sense. But yeah, I could. I could. That is one of the things that I wanted to do at some point, but it's just like I don't know if it would make sense for me to be able to load and like create a playground type system where I can just load like any SVG, just drop an SVG in and then animate it if necessary or if I wanted to. Because this goes back to the I don't understand situation, where let's say we have something that is like this, as in, I'm gonna use the pen tool because it's gonna make sense. So maybe you have the M thing that I have right there, and then you have the I thing that I was talking about, and then I'm doing this in that order specifically. So with that, Melzy, welcome on in. What do you mean hi, hello? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Let me click on this. One sec. I'm gonna look at that right after, and then I'm gonna have that as well. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Anyways, going back to this thing. If I have shit like this, for example, let's say that this is the system that we have in place for the M shape that I want to have, and then the I shape that is next to it is gonna be right there, and we're gonna make it like a bit bigger. That alone means that every single path and sub path is going to start at the same time, meaning that this point is point number one for that sub path. This point is point number one for that sub path, and this point is technically point number one for that sub path. So at time is 0, we're gonna start this, and this point together. And the thing is, going back to me not being smart enough in that department, I don't know how I can explain to Claude what I actually need in that specific use case to say that I want to be able to number order my points and play them in sequence, or be able to define something as a this starts first and then is followed by this. Like I don't know how to explain that. What I just said is an option, but it's not like as good as it needs to be. And so specifically because let's say we have the name that is Mima, that's the name of the thing in question. My item in questions that I'm trying to get the animation on has two paths. The other versions has one, two, three, four, has four, and another one has just one. The one with just one is fine. The one with more than one are not. So it's just like such a pain in the ass. It's something that is not supposed to be a pain in the ass. And yeah, that's the thing. It's gonna be okay. That's gonna be okay. Anywho. So yeah, that's the thing. And Melzy, what do you mean by a high elo? I feel like I know what it is, but I also don't understand. My bad. I'm too old for this. So there is, you know, that's the first thing right now, which we have this. And I need to figure out how to trigger starting points so that basically what I want to have, even though this is not true, but I want this to be starting point number one, this to be starting point number two, this to be starting point number three, this to be starting point number four, and then this to be five, and this to be six. And I want them in that order. So that's the thing. And right now, what is happening is they are all at one. So they all go through the entirety of the thing right away. And that's not what we want. So that's the situation. And yes, Stony, I do have this already. And the math is in the order already. That's the thing that we were on a second ago. Let me just bring back that right there and reopen it. It might help potentially. I don't know. That's an interesting thing. Basically, my point number one, that's the path that what is highlighted right now is the path for the first path. And then this one is path number two, which is the dot of the eye. So I can add a space to, have the space in whatever. It doesn't really matter. But that's basically what it is. And in terms of how the SVG is done, then we are pretty okay. But that's about it. Like it needs to start at a deferred start, and the deferred start is not the thing that I know how to do. So yeah, going back to just loading the page in question, because this makes no sense. Um, God damn. I do have it when it's like a single stroke, but as soon as I have more than one, then we end up with issues. That's the thing. The start is the issue. So we have the offset with the proper trim, which you can see right here specifically when you have like both sides at the same time that are continuing working properly with the bounce. And same thing with the other two, basically. But as soon as I have something that is like right above that I can't show you, uh, that is just breaking. And it's just like multipath SVGs that are breaking the entire thing. I don't know. I haven't tried. I forgot about them. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. That that's my bad. You know what? You bring on a good potential things. I forgot they existed. I forgot they existed. I did. I did, but I forgot them, you know. Uh, like that's exactly what I want to do. You know, with the timeline and shit. Like that. And yes, tickle. We'll go on in. GSAP has been acquired by Webflow, and they said, and now it's free. It's yeah. I wish they have. They probably do, but I wish they had some sort of an app thing where I can just get in there. God damn it. Bitch. Sorry, that was supposed to be unlocked a second ago, but now, yeah. Yeah. No, I wanted to have like an environment in which I could potentially just drop my SVG and just animate it, see if it works. I don't think that's going to be an option. I don't think that's going to be an option. But that doesn't change the fact that, yes, it could be updated with JSAP as a skill within it. and use that through cursor or whatever, even though not ideal, but yeah. That's the wrong key. But yes, I can learn what they do here and figure out exactly how the motion path is going to work, how my config is going to work, and then this one is kind of different on its own. I guess the thing that I'm in need of is mostly the timeline section to ensure that some things are going to start at a specific point and some things are going to start at different points. Like that's the most important ones, the most important things right there. But yeah, the other thing that I'm thinking about is the fact that technically speaking, some of these things are going to be, how can I say that? In need of a rewrite for the SVG themselves compared to what Figma is extracting, exporting, creating as an output. Like the amount of times where it's, if for some reason, you know, some reasons, if I just take this and I say, you know what, the dot of the eyes, the tops of the dot of the eyes are rounded. That's it. So it just means that these 2 points have an end cap being round. And this is something within the SVG file itself that is like right there. Line cap, round. So if I just do this and then I say copy as SVG right here, and then for some reason I just paste it, that's not a line anymore. That's not something that is editable and animatable because it doesn't work. So now the actual like output of this thing is this. So when I'm animating the line, I'm ending up on this. So, you know, it's a weird thing. I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why Figma itself like has a lot of issues with this. But as soon as I say none for everything or the same for everything, and then I do the exact same thing, like just copy as SVG, and then I'm just pasting set SVG, it's gonna be good. It's just like it's weird. It is weird. So yeah, but I forgot about JSAP, so I'm gonna try that soon when I can. But goddamn, that's a lot of things. But yeah, it's a multi-path SVG that needs to be animated, and that's the issue. So the timeline is the thing that I need basically to make sure that I have the entirety of the thing starting at the same point. But yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The thing that I vividly remember from my school days. So it's been years, decades. But when you are creating an SVG, or technically when you are drawing with the pen tool, which is what I do here, every single point is becoming a point in the array that represent the SVG. So if I do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, we have 4 points that create said SVG. And you can represent that very easily by having the system showcase this in dashed. So as soon as it's dashed, what happens is we have some sort of a need for like placement of all of these dashes all across in very specific points. And it kind of makes sense, but it also doesn't. So if I change the spacing, you can see that some of my points are staying exactly in place, meaning that this one and this one are always going to be exactly where they stand, just because they are part of the dots themselves. So even if I go with like a 2000 values, because I have a knot and an anchor right there and right there, I will always have something that is in here for my anchors, yeah, my handles, and so on. So it is in that order. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4. The thing is, if I take that and I say 5 and 6, then these two are also in order. So based on the creation of the SVG path, we have point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in that order. But when I'm going to animate that line, it's going to do point 1 and 5 followed by point 2 to 6, like from 1 to 2 and 5 to 6 at the same time, because there is a gap right here. And if I just bridge that gap right there from 4 to 5, then it's going to be fine because it's one continuous line. But in the olden days, it was going through all of the points one by one in order that it is within the SVG path. So that's the thing. And yes, you're right. With a regular SVG cannot have multiple variation of a path, which is weird, but yeah. I should have done that. That's easier to read and easier to understand. But yeah, so that's the issue that I have. It's just based on my understanding and based on my legacy type of understanding of SVGs, we should have something that is a bit different than what we currently have. And right now, it just doesn't work as it's supposed to. So, yeah, with the IDOT from earlier, yes, that is the reason. But that specific things was also to showcase how Figma is exporting things in a different way. In the sense that these points are specific, and if I'm doing something like this, for example, with not a dashed version but a solid version, and let's say I have, I don't know, border radius at the top, so the reality of things is that this is a straight path with these 2 points at the top being rounded. That is going to work, but when you look at the path themselves, it's going to simplify it to get that roundness through, which is not necessarily what you wanted to have in the first place. You wanted potentially to just keep that because you want to animate your corners. So what that means is that you need to then specify that in your exports, these are going to be straight, so that later on, when you are importing it in your file, in your CSS and so on, it's going to be rounded up by a corner radius value and not by the thing. So that's a bit of a system that Figma has that just pissed me off. But other than that, it's good. But yeah, that's a bit of an issue for me. It's not much, but it's just like, god damn, we could have something that just export the SVG as the SVG has been created, but for some reason that's not the case. And even if I get like an export as an SVG with some settings saying that I'm not ignoring the overlapping layers, so that it keeps everything, that I'm getting the thing as a basic element, and I'm exporting that when I'm going to re-import it inside of Figma, it's gonna simplify it in a way that is not here. So that's the thing. And then, same thing as earlier, if for some reason I decide to do this, it's going to draw that path from that point and that point at the same time. That's not supposed to happen because they were linked together and they are still linked together. So one of the things that I had to do in that file specifically for the last letter of the logo itself is this. I'm zooming in. Basically the A, because that tail of the A needed to be linked. As you can probably tell, I have had to basically go from here, loop through the entire thing, and then loop again to get the tail. So it's going like way further than it's supposed to, when it wasn't necessary. Like about, in my eyes, about 8 years ago, that was not the thing that was necessary. It was just like each points are in order, and therefore you are animating the SVG through each point in the order that they are displayed here. So you have like your M, which is your move points, and then you have your first C that is right there to showcase where something is starting. And then you have another C, another C, and so on. And sometimes you have like a bit of an L here and there for line, which is what we have right about here. And they are in order. So you should have the thing in order. That's my point. That's why I don't like it. That's why I don't like it. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. Anyways, I need to send you somewhere because I needed to go grocery shopping. As always, that's what happened at that time of the day before everyone is going there. So I need to send you somewhere. I think Joan be live. Joan be live. It's been a while. It's been a while. So I'm sending you there. So I can go buy some chickpeas. It happens. Chickpeas is important. Chickpeas is important. Anyways, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. If you have a question and I'm not here, please join the Discord. Do that there. If you have a big ass perfume collection like myself, go there. If you have a big ass list of links like myself, go there. And if you are learning Japanese, go here. And yeah, I really need to change this stream overlay. I feel like yeah, it needs to happen. It needs to happen. I'm gonna change it at some point, but I need to take the time to do so. So, on that note, we're gonna go do some grocery shoppings. I'm gonna see if I can implement the JSAP things. I'm gonna watch the 2 videos that Stony has shared because they're pretty good. And yeah, that's the thing. I don't know why that button didn't press, but apparently I didn't press the button. Um, things you send two in your message. There was two links to YouTube videos, so I'm gonna watch the two videos. The two videos. Anyways, as always, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I'll see you all on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. And if I don't, that means I'm dead or sick. It could happen. Both could be good. Anyways, bye.